That's better though. Okay, rotate on the Y. All right, that looks much more like we'd want it to. Something like this. Maybe pinch the tip here a little bit more. She said. Um, don't want to mess with that too much. That's the real issue. Just getting this odd little section popping down. Maybe we can change where we're subdividing. So can we do the subdivision before the curve? Not much better. Shrink wrap's terrible. I'm going to remove that. Okay, then let's try just pushing this in and down. Hello, Unik. Welcome back. Much better. Wonderful. I think that looks pretty good. Maybe even a little too spiky. We'll go right there. Take it back. Just depends on where you're looking at it. Save. Spike your eyebrow. Bam. Manager told me 10 days to prove yourself. Interesting. Sounds like 10 days to get your resume together and set off for a new job. Well, I actually shouldn't be giving out any advice. But and then we'll move the ear forward. So requested less length. Less length. Yes. Bring that in a little. Maybe back. In. Otherwise, you'll be terminated without any mistake. Well, dang. Well, I'm wishing you well. That's definitely stressful. Well, just know that no matter what, you'll be fine. Just gotta either buckle down or get out of there. But either way, things happen. Jobs come and go. Alrighty. So we moved the ear forward, and the client said that it should be, eyebrows should end where the ear starts. So I guess that means we'll be moving over. I think I'll give it one more thing. Bring it over a little bit more. Curve one more time. Yeah, looks pretty good. Are you making any movies? I've done some animations. Maybe I'll get back into it at some point. Um, if I was going to do anything, it'd still be in VR chat. I'd love to either do like a machinima or make some sort of, have the end result be in VR. I'm all about VR. That's my jam. The cool thing, so all that geometry node stuff I was talking about, when I added one additional object to the array, all the UVs update. Watch, see, let's check this out. Look at this. Watch. Boom. Boom. That's how advanced we're getting. Maybe a little bit closer. I don't know. I guess it really is just 1, 2, 3. It is just 6. So whatever it should be, it should just be 6. Yes, yeah, the spiky version extension is no use. It's already closing the ear. Mm. Hope he doesn't mistake that object for a little debris floating in the scene. Spiky, spiky. Okay. I am leaving in India, so I went to local vendor facility business promotion. Nobody is ready to spend money. Interesting. Well, I mean, just keep in mind the internet's big, and if you can find someone online to work with, then you got a business right there. Oh, excuse me. All right. So spike ear version. We moved the ear forward and we shortened it a little bit. So we'll probably also need to move the bones. Ears can be brought close to the head. They are too spaced from the body. Okay, so rotate them inward. Okay, that's more of a bone thing. I guess we could do it all in the, already adjusting the ear. Excuse me. Oh, wow. Well, I wish you well with your graphic design. I do think we're going to enter this era where, you know, you're really just trying to provide value to people. Like, maybe specialized roles won't even matter. Like, do you know someone that is successful and, like, you know, maybe they don't necessarily need a graphic designer, but they probably have some sort of problem that you might be able to help them with. Like, that alone's probably pretty valuable. Oh shit, did I move something down there? Wait, where is it? Okay, good. Phew. Scared myself. Hello, Micmacs. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream. If you're unfamiliar with what goes on here, I make VR chat avatars. So we're working on this dragon right here. This is a from scratch avatar I'm making for a client. So, and we're doing some tweaks and adjustments right now. But I hope everyone's having a good day out there. And being productive, kicking butt, all that jazz. Not minding the grinding. That all looks pretty good. Okay. Um, then it's mostly just the outfit. Just seeing lower spikes. Oh shit, I almost knocked the microphone over. Hopefully that wasn't terribly loud. Noodling away on a sculpt at the moment. Still sculpting with my mouse like an idiot. Hey man, if it works, it works. I use my tablet A lot less than I ever have. Because I'd rather trade a little bit of time getting something right with a mouse than hurting my wrist on a tablet. Space between ear and head. Less space. Okay, that should be what I addressed. Space between ear and head. Gotcha. It's a bit more spiky. Connect ears, or okay, gotcha. So as by doing it, turn on the scale direction. Got some eye skills to erase this. Yeah, let's see how it looks from the front. It's a little bit better. Oh, and then the muzzle more spiked. We're still missing our little things there. Mainly that I do a little bit, then tab to the browser or pick up my anatomy book, so just don't feel like setting up my desk space for tablet use. Fair enough. You got your anatomy book too? Heck yeah. Everyone's studying it. Studying. Studying. I think really the nose is the main thing from keeping it looking sharp. That looks much worse. Yeah, that looks weird. Not the change I was hoping for. Did I scale it in or something? Sorry, something else going on with the nose. Is that what it was before? Am I going crazy? Looked at it for too long and suddenly it's just not making any sense. Yeah, I guess that's what it always was. Funny. Okay. Losing my mind. Do, 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 do. Mainly that I do a little bit, then tab to the browser, pick up the anatomy book, just don't feel like setting up my desk space for tablet use. Got a class of human anatomy as well as encyclopedia and anatomica. A couple of rock solid anatomy ref books for artists. Okay, heck yeah. Might be time for me to grow my library a little bit. This little spot here is kind of weird how it connects. Shouldn't this be like way more over? I mean, this could just connect here, and then we could have more going out that way. Whatever. Okay, almost looking a little bit more sharp. I think we just gotta bring in this here. Say maybe even more. Okay. Cool. I think that looks decent amount sharper. We'll wait on fixing that till we do a test bake. Might be a little hard to, well, you know, I'm just gonna communicate it now because I don't want to get stuck having to come back and make multiple edits. Let's see if we can get it fixed right now. Changing my mind. I'm changing my mind. I find that muzzles now, every time I look at a muzzle, I like see another face now. So you have like eyes up here and then the mouth, but then it's also valid if it's just, or in my brain at least, you got the eyes here. And it's like a little face. It's like a little, it looks like the guy from Oogie Boogie. Anyway. Okay, screenshot. We're saving the GIF. We're gonna save that in a different folder. Boo, 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 boo. Screenshots, select. We'll say nug muzzle sharp. Boom. Open that folder. Oh, I thought I would just open this folder. wonder if I can just drag it directly from here. Hello, Seraphics. Welcome. Hi, Seraphics. Should be able to hear me. And my mic's working. Hello. Spell my name. Oh. Oh. Sorry, I don't know why I yelled that. But hello. Yes, if it's your first time here, Seraphics, I make VR chat avatars. So it's a from scratch avatar I'm building for a client, and we're just refining it, working on it, getting it looking good. And what we want to figure out is this here. I think we make a separate object. The singular one's going to have ignore backface and blend. It's the only way. I like these types of things, and that's why I click on your video. Well, good. Heck yeah. Have you played Mice T? Hello, Crosshatch. Welcome back. So what we'll do is we'll make an empty and do a bit more. Okay. What is this app I want to use? This is Blender. So Blender is a free 3D modeling software. Yeah, you can make whatever you want. Any 3D model you might like is possible to make in here. 15-year-old, okay. Well, I mean, can't stop you from using Twitch, but I do think that's a little young to be on Twitch. I suppose that is the age range. And we can make the lip a little bit pointier too. Let's turn on mirror here. Mirror here. And we'll do that. You can pull this forward, pull that forward. So we get a nice curve. Does anyone commission voluptuous sliders to sugarcoat it? Nope, never heard of it. Yes, people have. That has definitely been a feature that people have commissioned me for. And this front one just a bit more. Just a bit more. Yeah, that should be as close as possible. But definitely much closer. Nice. Yeah, I mean, And VR, have you spent time in VR chat? Um, because I definitely definitely feel like it might be something you enjoy. If you tell them, if you have, then tell me your name. I want to chat with you and learning something. Well, I appreciate the invite, but I think you're a bot. Sorry. That's definitely I feel like odds are high. And yeah, I don't have any interest chatting. Okay. Be gone. Bam. Bam. Oh well. This is YouTube. Pin message, put user in timeout, I guess. 24 hours. But in a lot of voluptuous furry groups. Wow. Well, welcome to that. And you're basically in VR chat land already. Because you're reading YouTube. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I may have been speaking over myself a little bit. All right, this one looks better. Let's do another recording. Oh, mean to spell it like that, but that'll work. Uh, okay, we'll go with that. And we'll exit. Get this out of here. So we've adjusted the mouth. We've adjusted the body. Okay, got a good score on that one. Now let's separate the head scale. So we made this object. What we'll do is we'll have we'll basically both sample. It's one object. This will actually be removed from our hierarchy. Is that safe for work mode if you are wholesome? Very cool visual novel with spicy. Is that your game? All right. Oh, well, scales UV proxy. It's not a UV proxy. Really should be a source object. So we'll move it up there and hide this here. Hide that here. Go here. Yeah, that makes sense. Just a source object. So go here, source, then I guess we should rename it a little bit more. Actually, yeah, we'll call this one body scale source. And then this will be body scales source. Boom. LGBT Mafia. LGBT Mafia. Okay. So now that we have the source here, body scales, we can go back to low poly, and we'll basically just want to recreate the object we removed. Merge this at center, add a geo input, and we'll call this body scales low. And we'll get body scales source. And no need to replace the original. We've got this here. We can add a color attribute. Boom. I see you don't play many visual novels. Think I've only played Doki Doki Literature Club. That's also a backlog of games I need to play, though, in general. Same. It just keeps getting bigger. Every year I'm like, there's a game I wanted to play. Duplicate this one, and we're going to call this body scales. Body scale underscore head low. All right, and so begins our next journey into GeoNode Master. And we're going to create a new node, which will be called delete mesh island by object proximity. So make a plane. We're going to subdivide it a few times. Boom, boom. We're going to bevel everything, delete all that. So now we just have this. I'm going to copy this name, copy, paste, add a modifier, paste, and mark as an asset. All right. Then make a empty. Boom, right here. Do object info. Relative. We'll do the well, I guess that doesn't matter. Say location, sample nearest, point, and then delete. Oh, and then sample. Wait, they had. Silly. I think they combined that node. I can't remember. Index goes here, then mesh island. We want the island index as the actual value, and then we delete the geometry that this value equals. Oh, and then we have to sample the object. Pretty cool. Delete mesh island by object proximity, save. Back to Nug. Oh, there was one thing I wanted to add, which is switch here for this Boolean selection, which, if it's true, we do that. And if the input is here, we could say switch, we'll call that invert selection. Just spelled properly. And then not. Boom. Cool. Yeah. So delete object proximity. This is the body scale head. So what do? We isolate it. Drop it in. Back to here. Sample this axis. And now we have deleted that object, but we can invert our selection. We just have the one. And then we will call this yeah, that's fine. Oop. Copy to selected. And this one we remove invert, and now we've isolated that one object. Pretty cool. So they all come from this main one, and that means I can still make changes to all these scales, and we'll still be able to isolate just this very front one. Cool. Okay. Then we'll do some other stuff. Call this one proximity, and we'll add a vertex weight proximity to here using that group. And the highest will be the lowest. The lowest will be the highest. And then probably 0.01 actually, like that. One more. Data transfer, sampling from the head. We would like to get the face corner normals by proximity. Okay, so now do I have a proximity? Scatter proximity, delete mesh, proximity. It probably should work. It's just not getting past the it's not actually able to access this vertex group proximity because it doesn't exist on the original object. In fact, original objects. So there's more than one. Both these need to go in body low poly. And this is our source here. Up there. Needs vertex group proximity. Cool. Then where did my source body scales go? They're right there. Okay, these need to go right there. Cool. Good stuff. Not blending yet. Which means that here also need proximity. And it may even be the case that I need to actually assign it fully. Okay, I assigned it fully. But our vertex weight proximity does not seem to be making any sort of difference. Because I have it set to object. Let's set it to geometry. Beautiful. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Let's do 0.1, 0.05, 0.025. Kind of need to shrink wrap it too, so we'll add that as well. So we'll do a deform, shrink wrap that after the proximity. Funny. And then we data transfer. Do I just do it again? That doesn't make much of a difference. That also doesn't make much of a difference. Switch to vertex weight paint so we can actually visualize what the hell is going on. It's not very smooth. Shrink wrap, not the best. Let's just ignore that for now. Oh, let's also make sure the data transfer is doing near space interpolated, so that will look a lot better. Not my favorite. Okay, that looks good. Nice sharp edge up here. It's blending well there. I like it. Okay, what are we missing now? We're missing the high poly. So if I go to the high poly here, we're not going to have, or we will have one up here, which we don't want. I'm going to switch this to body scale slow. Perfect. And then we'll duplicate this. Rename this to body scales scale head high. And scales. There we go. Save. I'm actually going to duplicate this and apply it. And then merge at center. Turn off replace original because that always gets tricky. Then turn on low poly. And scale head high, scale head low, copy over, bar, these ones. Copy to selected, and copy to selected. All right. Cool. So now both of them are blending, and that should give us a very nice blend when we bake. Save and export all again. Man. I'll grab a snack. I think we're going to do another cup of coffee with some. Recorded. Refresh the mesh. Mode, bake. Bake. Much better, much cleaner. Yeah. Big improvement. This guy's still getting baked, and he apparently is still getting ambient occlusion baked on him. Okay, so that means that on the high poly, I want to include ignore backface and export again. Grab my coffee. Returning again. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. Mode, bake. And this time, the mesh should have everything we need. We bake it. Looks good. Interesting. Okay. So we still have a visible kind of gap there. So I think we will want to close up. We will want to shrink wrap just that bottom edge. Otherwise, we're going to have it'll be unseemly. Other than that, it blends splendidly. And we still get a nice little shadow here. That looks pretty good. Dragon Ball intro. That's what got me into everything. Man, I remember looking at Dragon Ball Z stickers in the store. Actually, let's pull this out just slightly. This is a little crunchy right there. Just a little bit of that, and then shrink wrap, then we should be good. Okay. Yeah, Dragon Ball was a big influence for me. Still one of the few franchises out there where I feel like it's just having a lot of fun still. Pretty good. Maybe let's also close this up on the mesh. That must be the shrink wrap that's pulling it then. So let's enable that in our view. So I can push this out a little. And just close that gap right up. That does not look very good there. Okay, looks much better there. Whew. All right. Let's see. For our low poly, I guess I could just add the shrink wrap here. That would simplify things a lot. We'll do that for the proximity and stuff. And I swear I already have a group called shrink wrap. On this object. Nope. Okay. Oh, wait. No, I didn't actually apply it at all. Boom. And then, of course, it's fully enabled. Interesting. Let's go to source objects. Okay, on our source here, we switch over to, okay, much. Oh. Hmm. Guess we will not use that one. Do another one. Hello, Snardum. Welcome. That would be based if you get into 3D animation. I really would love to do some things that are meant to be experienced in VR. Like people love the MMD worlds, the dancing worlds in VR chat. Something like that, but maybe a maybe like Time Crisis. I don't know. Time Crisis plus dancing. And I'm doing well, Snardum. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good one. Welcome to the stream. Let's call it Shrink Wrap Head. And we'll assign these ones. We'll copy this path or the name, copy that string, and then here, add it. Boom. Turn off source objects. Then add Shrink Wrap Head. Cool. So now there is no gap, and we can re-export both collections. Snarda, my workflow has evolved. I'll have to show you a little bit in a second. Wham, wham. It keeps on evolving. it's streamlining. I feel like it got more complex and now it's coming back down. So I think all projects kind of follow that arc. Loading. Commercial voice now. 50% more geo nodes. Try 500%. Okay. Let me get this baking and then I'll show you. Loading. Okay, please don't crash Substance. Load, come on. Read. Oh, come on. I wanted to show. Okay, well, while that's loading, I'll show off my workflow. All right. Ready for this? So, I have a new thought process, which is making source objects. So what I do is I make like essential objects that I'm going to use. So eyes, toes, and fingers. So the toe one's a good example, or the finger here. So the finger is just this simple mesh right here. But it is getting sampled by all the other fingers. So we have this finger source, and then the thumb, all the other fingers sample it, and I can adjust them. So if I scale them out, you can see that they're all adjusting. It's super slow right now. So we can scale them out. And then I can do operations to each individual one. So I can use geometry nodes, and I'm definitely going to simplify this because it's kind of ridiculous. But we can rename all the attributes that we require. Most importantly, the vertex groups for deformations. And then the body attaches them using geometry nodes. So we have one object, one source object that at any point I can change, and the updates will propagate all the way into the base mesh, up into the high poly mesh, etc., etc. You can see a little bit of bump there, but I could go in and really like dial in a look for my fingers, and all the fingers will update, including, and then I have the same thing set up for all the toes. I have the same thing set up for all these scales and stuff, but all of them go back to these like individual source objects that, because they're added through geometry nodes, I have a clean pipeline. Very excited by that. And then just some other objects where make them here, place them using a different geo node. Anyway, pleased with that. Super nice. Geonodes continuously gluing it together. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I think long term working with this, because what takes so much time now is just setting up all the nodes. If I could just turn those into scripts, then I think I'll be kind of on the other side of figuring out how I want to work. But it's great because now I get to change things. For example, sorry, one last example. So I have my scale source here. So it's one object, scale source, and then I'm arraying it and shrink wrapping it to the body here. But then I can use geometry nodes to automatically place all the individual scales. I actually have two curves here. But you can see they're all automatically getting placed and arrayed. And anyway, just feels good. Feels good. Okay. Exported. Anything else to do? Now we just need to get those changes from here into Unity. And just to confirm, we'll get rid of the shape keys for the moment. And then I can swap between baking setup and non-baking setup. Yeah, we'll go to exports here. This one's going to go into source objects, I guess. Then here, relative body merged. And I would apply it if I didn't have shape keys. And we can go ahead and apply them. Turn off, duplicate. Right. That one's with all the updates now. We got AutoRig Pro, Nug. Awesome stuff. Always love seeing these things. Thank you. And how you been doing? How's school been treating you? Hopefully you got to beat up some students this year, get some catharsis, snap some ankles. Oh, only 12 seconds. That was fast. That's a little bit more visible than I would expect. Hmm. Where's my custom normals? Because this one's getting updated. It's because on the merged body, we are still referencing the source scale object. So to change that, we would need to go to body scales low, and yes, change it to body scales source, or sorry, body scales low. So set to start, blah, 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 blah. And then duplicate. This one will be super, super busy, and students, to be honest, I'd rather have last year's bunch. Oh, dang. I'm sorry, man. I'm sure it's just like every other year you flip flop. I love these guys. I hate these guys. Body scale, head. That's what I'm looking for. Head low. Yes, that's what I want to input. And we're adding it. And then I'm just going to copy and paste that. All right. So now we're properly combining everything. Ooh, the head looks real good now. Nice and tapered. And back down here. Take this one. Geometry input. We're going to do the merged body. We will wait, instance, relative, replace original, hide, duplicate, and apply. Cool. See how that does. Well, I hope you get some relaxation time in soon. Oh, yeah. Let's do another recording for this. Read. Eating dinner while watching the stream. We'll need to get back to work after dinner. Dang. Give them all failing grades. Snartum. Do it. Let's save. We'll call this base inspect. Save. Okay, exported that. Let's send that to the client. Okay. Awesome possum. So now we've got the body set up. We need to export the latest wing texture. Ooh, did I save that? I hope I did. I think I was working on that when I crashed. Crashes. Loading. I tried, but at the end of the year, the board will complain about not getting money from students. Thus, I might not be required to be around. Gotcha. Well, wishing well, Stardom. It's kind of in a weird spot to be in. Can't teach them too hard. No such thing as accountability these days. Ah! But now we need to figure out what's going on here. Is this part of the bake? I don't see any issue here or in the curvature. So something I've added is creating this little thing here. That must be the on the membrane, probably one of these shadows things. No? Just do the whole thing. Boom. Okay, so it's definitely in here. Membrane highlight. Interesting. Hmm. Oh, I see. I know what it is. Okay. So it's that I need to make these linear dodge. Gotta go get ready for my gym session. Have a nice rest of your day, all. Same to you, Arctic. Enjoy your gym. Catch you soon. Have a great one. Theo says bye. He's sleeping right there. I don't know if you can see him. He's sleeping. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, shit. I hit the microphone. Linear dodge and linear dodge. Okay, there we go. That gets rid of those issues. Thank goodness. That means we're basically done with the wings. Oh, yeah. He's so cute. Okay, the edge of this is looking a little gray. I don't like that gray. Where is that coming from? Is it the bevel? Okay, it's the cutout. Because we are filling with a gray. Okay, well, you know, that would do it. Turns out. Much better. Cool. Okay, where are we now? We fixed the glow in the neck. And 23. I think I'm going to take an early lunch because I started early. I'm going to go get some food right now. It'll be about 30 minutes, then I'll be back. Probably sooner than that, actually. So just kind of an early breakfast, lunch, brunch. And yeah, I'll be back in just a second or two. I'll keep the stream going. See you soon. Bye. Enjoy lunch. I'll be back to work by that time. So happy blending. Same to you. Good luck with your work, Snardum. I hope things ease up on you a little bit. Get some reprieve. But talk to you soon. And I'll be here in about 30 minutes. All right. Whew. I'm back. So where we leave off, our character can toggle. Whew. I'm out of breath. Okay, so we want to also be able to toggle the wings. Excuse me. So we have the wings enabled, and this will be a default on, save between worlds, object toggle that grabs the wings. I'll actually also include one more, maybe two more object toggles, because we would want to also disable the wing fizz bones. We don't want them just like floating around. We'd also like to create a toggle for the tail, which we'll call tail floor collider. And this will be default on, save between worlds, and what it will do will be a toggle for this object here. So you want to turn the collider on, off, etc. Cool. We are also going to make alpha clip layers. I can't do that actually because you can only go down. So you'd either have shirt off and shirt and shorts off, but you couldn't have just shirt off. So UV discards, probably the way we want to go. But what's cool is I know geometry nodes, so we could make a Boolean cut on the section, like a dynamic bisect. I think we'll have to because the clothes hang down at an angle. All of the wireframe is at like 45 degrees to that. There's not going to be a way we can disable with just UV discards and not have it be this like jagged spike. or we break up the UV discards into three sections. We have the torso, the chest, so that'd be these three segments. Basically, the overlapping one will be their own selection. When the shirt's on, we toggle just the top one off. When the shorts are off, just the bottom one. When both are off, we toggle that third one. That should work. Okay. So let's hide this. Go to body low poly. For our UV discards, for the chest, I'm going to move this up one more. Same with the thigh. No, keep the thigh there. And the mid overlap. That's what we'll call this. So we'll duplicate this one. And we'll say chest, thigh, overlap. And we'll make a new UV discard. UVD, chest, torso, overlap. So first let's review the UV discards that we have. Interesting. We can't see it while the attaches are on. You know what? It'd just be easier to go to a different file. Okay. So this is body low, save. We're going to go to body isolated. Make sure we're working with bodies. Body source. Okay, perfect. So why isn't that showing up? It should be here. No, it wouldn't, because it is a it is a face attribute. It's not a vertex group. So we'll subtract this. Cool. That's not quite as nice, honestly. It's because that subdivision makes it a little tricky because we're assigning a vertex group on a lower group, but the subdivision kind of gets in the way a little bit. And what does it look like right now? It's just perfect. Oh, what the fuck? I gotta take a picture of this. Hello, Bojo. Welcome. See you in a while. Sounds good. You heading out or are you just arriving? Did I break my FBX? What's going on here? Working fine now. Not sure what that was. All right. So when we turn off the shirt, this is the main issue right here. We just don't really have a clean slice. Pixie. I have food on my hand. Why are you licking my hand? Okay, I think the only solution is to slice it in half. We're going to do a cut. Let's go to GeoNode master, and we'll call this Boolean bisect. Duplicate, just make it bigger, something like that. Excuse me. Misspelled that. Boolean bisect. Mark that as an asset. Okay. So what we do is we get an object relative, and we Boolean cut mesh Boolean. There we go. So we do one this way, and we do one like so. So now we should get two objects if we sample our object. So perfect. Sliced there or sliced. There. Wouldn't it just be flipped? Is that not it? Oh, duh. Just recreated the same thing. Now I guess that would have to be so. Oh, duh. Have to join it. I'd want it to be the opposite. That's actually a tricky thing to say. Okay. This might be goofy, but if we took the original mesh and then sliced that one out of it, what do we get? We get that. So close. I suppose I could set the position with the normal scaled majorly. And then basically get that. And then we could join these two together. And that would work. Okay, that's pretty close. We just want to merge by distance. Okay, we'll give that a shot. I don't know what to expect from this. Boolean bisect. That's what we're going to use. We're going to go back to nug. Why don't we test here? Keep it simple. And yeah. Yeah, that's not too bad, honestly. Um, Something like this. Okay, so definitely we've got some crunch. We're getting some weird faces right here. Excuse me. Can I subdivide this? No difference there. What the fuck? um, Actually, do we have a face in the middle? Yes, we do. I guess I could store an attribute on the faces here, and it'll just be a Boolean on the face corners, which says bool delete. And do that, and then I'll also do it here, and then we will delete geometry faces by using that named attribute, which is a bool on the face corners called bool delete. Then we can actually just remove that attribute. That should get rid of the hole in the middle. It does indeed, and now we just have a dynamic slice through the model. Don't know how we can get rid of these though. Maybe that's just how much geometry we have through here. If I add some cuts, what happens? I just laser out these annoying points here. Ooh, there's one gone. Okay. There's another one gone. Come on. Don't play with me. Come on. All right, there we go. Funny that that only happens on that side. I won't question it though. Okay, so now we got a slice. And I don't see any difference on the normals. What we need to do now is store a attribute for the selection. We're going to do something called, say, bool bisect select, something like that. So we'll get another, actually just kind of copy the named attribute thing right here, boom. And I'll put it here. We'll call this not bool delete. This will be bool bisect like that. And we'll just put the name here. We'll call it something bool selection. Cool. So now just one side will have that. It's that means we're going to have basically two selections, top and bottom. After doing this, then we'll want to mask those selections with torso or hips. How much does this increase our count by? 400? Okay, that means we're going to have to optimize a little bit. That'll put us just over 70,000. Okay, we'll call this UVD bool bisect. We're going to name the just this same thing right there. Boom. We'll go back to here. Let's turn this off for now, just so I don't have to think about it. Back to main file. In the UV proxies, make a new one. UV bools. And in here, we'll make a plane. Bool bisect. Clothing. Cool. Okay, so we did that. Then we can drop this here. This is going to be extremely slow to work with, unfortunately. So I would definitely want to do the bisect after the subdivision. pretty fucking good, to be honest. I like it. Oh, sorry. Just smacked the microphone. Cool. So this will be interesting. Let's turn off. So much to turn off. So we're going to need one selection for both. Mask in and out using the bisect. That should work. So we'd probably want to use a vertex mix weights. Okay. So first let's define our group. So we'll just use make a new group name. UVD chest or clothing. Probably want two more with the same name. We'll just do just the shirt for now. Okay. So on the clothing, can't even see the fucking. Basically this with a little bit of that. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. A little sun. Hey. Yeah, we'll assign this one big selection. Done. Back to object mode. We go to weight paint. We can't see it because it's other bullshit. Okay, so it's going to go back to this other. Scene, body isolated. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, this big old group. We'd like to blend with it is the Boolean bisect. Can we access that through our vertex weight Mix. Probably not, but we'll give it a shot. So, DVD, clothing. Yeah, don't even have access to this Boolean bisect value. I wonder, can you write expressions here? So right now we can assign, like I could go in here, and if there was a float value, I could assign some stuff. Okay, let's just do this less as a full modifier thing. And we're just going to go in and do this with a custom node. So I'll call this UVD nug. Copy. Paste. So take the geometry. And we're just going to use delete for now so we can get a better idea of what's actually being selected. So we'll delete faces. What we want to delete is not Boolean bisect. What happens if I put that here? All right, we can see it's cutting right on the face corners. That's what we'd want. And we want to mix this with our other named attribute, UVD clothing. So first we'll say equal 1 because we would like a Boolean selection, and then we can go and that. Perfect. That is exactly, not quite exactly what we were hoping to see. So let's make sure we're evaluating on the correct domain. Okay, we switched it to float point. That seems to have done a better job. Let's toggle it really quick. Just one too far. Let's try face corner. Edges. Let's move it ahead. Let's evaluate these ones on the face corner. Nothing. It's just one too far. One ring of selection too far. Right now I'm doing an end, like it's a like we're doing Boolean math, but we could just do math. I could say we have both these values. we take maximum. No, we need to subtract. So it would be this one minus this one. And if this equals or is greater than or equal to 1, that should be our selection. Okay, so close. So close. Okay. Not quite. Funny. Okay, well, that is the short selection that I wanted. Which means I could do a not at the top. There we go. Those are the selections for the most part. There's a bit of an issue. Gotta be face. All right. Gotta be face. So now should be able to toggle between these two. But it does select a bit more than it should here. Maybe that's my fault. It's something about this one. Need to evaluate the domain here. Oops, sorry, that's the wrong thing. Mm. So close. Okay, well, if I just have to minimize the outer selection by 1, that's fine. As long as the Boolean is different, I'm okay with that. I guess I could do 0.5. All right. Just the 1, just the 0. And now we have this little piece up there. Fuck you. Why is it breaking here? Something to do with this one. Really all I got. Or we go the other way. Like that, much better. Means there's a little point right here that doesn't get disabled. Okay. That's what I want. So now, instead of deleting, that's really just to visualize this, which I will do. Okay. So say visualize selection. You know what? Take it back. I don't even want that option. I want it in here, but it's a debug. For anything else, store named attribute. Okay, we're going to store 2 attributes. They will be tools on the faces, face corners. So it'll be this one and this one. Let's make it a little cleaner. Okay. Sorry, did that wrong. Doop doop. They are selections. So we're assigning 2 selections. That's technically the same thing. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay. So now that we've assigned them, so we have this fun UVD nug. We do it after the bisect. We're assigning two groups. Let's go back to nug. All right. On nug, we have these UV discard underscore chests. We have all of those in here, but I'm going to get rid of them. I'm going to select this one, delete it. Delete it. I am going to undo that because I think I might have deleted something else by accident. Okay. Just to make sure. Clicking on thigh. Just that one thigh. Delete. Cool. Copy that. Move my edit. Delete that again. Now, we add Boolean bisect beforehand. We can get rid of this overlapping one. We will add a modifier. Nug. So it takes the geometry, isolates those bool bisect ones. Let's make sure that this is before the UV discard. The first one is it should be like that. Wonderful. Yeah, I think that's moving too much. Which means let's go here. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Drop this here. Drop that here. Still the same, which I should have expected. Let's also scream as we try to move this and are unable to. Can't move this because this little tiny text down here. Everything should already be 0. Oh, duh. Foolish. This is the wrong thing. Grab this. So we switch this. However, this is the selection we're looking for. And then we duplicate this. All right. Hi. We're adding too much. Switch us back to 2. But we're still moving pretty much the entire body. Hey. Oh, big headbutt. Big old headbutt. Let me visualize this really quick. That's annoying. Okay. La 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 la. Okay. This did not work well. Just going to delete this. And then here, rather than storing the selections this way, so cute. Going to do a 2D vector on the face corners. We're gonna take a named attribute named UV map. Bada boom. And we'll take this one. Then we'll add one right here, just to the selection. This one's on. I'm tired. Oh, gotcha. Interesting. All right, so this is just the opposite. So we'll do not. That means the other ones were working fine. I just needed to flip the values. Son of a bitch. That's okay. block out the microphone. Still just seems to be moving all of it. Oh, I see. This one is first one. Just thigh. That one works. Yay. So close. So close. So we looks like we take too much. We take too much. We take too much. So I just would want to make sure that I'm not affecting these. So I guess I would just subtract this one from this one. It moves everything. That's the main issue. It's moving way too much. One little spot there. Interesting. Ah, it's like something is wrong here. Guess we do want that domain. Let's do just the first one so we have an easier time telling what's what. So close. So far. Perhaps it's not this one. Oh, it is not that one. It must be this one. And what the fudge? I had this working a second ago. All right, that sure looks like select the thigh. What else could that be? There we go. Okay, I see. Because I was storing it on the face corner, that was the issue. It was not evaluating the domain, it was the domain that I was storing it to. Gotcha. Okay, let's move this over here. So now, thank God. Okay, it's actually working now. It's actually working. Okay, let's test in game. So we go ahead, got the bisection, go down to merged. Funny. That's the merged. I want to go down to exports. Then here, we just duplicate this input. It's annoying. Duplicate this input, apply it. Should have an updated mesh now. Do the wireframe inspection. We can see that slice. We can then enable the rig. We can thinking. It's really the selection mixing that becomes difficult there. Be nice to have like a way to do that in the input. I don't know how that'd be possible. Okay, a little too high up. think we're just going to need the whole object to intersect just a little bit more. Maybe like bring down the shirt, bring it down in and out. Damn, just a little too strong. Close though. Okay, so to redo that, the body low poly. And I'm going to be stopping work on the character in an hour. So I have to work on another character. But in the meantime, we can adjust that selection. All right, so we will remove these from the selection there. Honestly, the sleeve looked really good. I didn't notice anything weird about that. Be nice to get the shorts over for this part. We still have a lot of texturing to do on the shirt. Okay. Update and export again. This one should have gotten moved over. The legs updated, but not the butt. I guess this one's still a little too far over, so we'll select these, remove. That's all I can kind of hope to do, I think. Export again. Whoa. Perfect. A little bit of clipping there. Okay, so now the funny thing is what? When the shorts are off, we have a gap. And when the shirt is off, we have a gap. So I think the solution here is basically twofold. First, we'll want to probably create a top rim for the shorts and then extrude that inwards. So we'll extrude it inward, which will create like a lip for the top of this. Not the bottom though, because it looks weird when we can see the back faces. So just the top. And we'll do basically the same thing with the shirt. Some sort of selection of the bottom edge, bringing it in. Yeah, start with the shorts. Shorts need to be updated either way. So we'll turn on our simulation. We will, we just want to do the short sim, shorts sims. This is the actual sim. This other one is the collider. We have turned collision off, hiding that. Just this one. We'd also like to duplicate this and put it onto the curve tail. That should give us maybe not. All right. I like it. Hit play. Let's pause it. Let's turn off body low poly. Let's figure out what the fuck's going on here. Let's delete that. Play. Okie doke. So let's look at our vertex groups. We do have trim top. So that would give us a very easy way to select the very top edge. Extrude it inward. So that means that all we need to do next is update our bake. Bada boom. Okay. And now our clothing is updated. It's that easy. Let's re-export both of these. It's actually a lot more work to do there before we redo the textures. So I'm gonna move the kitty cat. Come here, Pixie girl. Grease going down one of the ears. Hmm. Interesting. We'll leave that alone for the moment. Let's focus just on the low poly. As soon as this enables. So on the low poly shorts, what we want to do is it's really just going to be an extrude and merge. Do I want that? Do I want that for as a separate geonode? Might as well. Why not? Do we have one already, actually? Extrude. Extrude modifier. Roof extrude. Extrude and merge selection with offset. Not that one. I don't see nothing. All right, we'll save this. We're going to do a new one. So many nodes. Infinite amount of nodes. So this will be extrude attribute. And we'll do plane. We will subdivide this. Going to make a selection like cool. Assign new copy paste. Boom, boom, boom. Mark as asset. Okay. So we just want to go ahead and say extrude. What do we want to extrude? Edges. So our selection, this is the offset. It's the offset scale. I can just assign that? Oh my god. I'm a fool. That is so useful. How did I never notice that? Okay, wow. Things just got a huge upgrade. Cool. So we'll say extrude attribute edges. Cool. What's our selection this time? Should be all of them. So we are extruding all of them, but we actually want to extrude just this. Okay. Not what we'd want. Don't know why that makes a difference, but that's actually what we'd want for the edges. I did this selection. Let's say this. Should work just the same. Yep. All right. Cool. Extrude attribute edges. It's a good chance I will cannibalize that later. What are we extruding? We're extruding the top. Where are we sending it to? we have offset. Kind of hoping offset scale would be enough. Let's do another, we'll do set position here. We'll use our top selection and we'll use normal. Set to scale. Set the scale to 0 and set that on offset. Let's actually capture the normal from here. That way, super accurate. There's our scale. And now we can go back to here. Save. Scale it in. All right. Trim top, I guess this we could use a change. We'll do edit vertex. Wait, edit. Put this before. We'll go to the top, trim toppy, and remove. .99. Okay, because that's remove everything below 0.99. So it leaves just the very tippy top. We extrude that. One big difference currently is that we would need to merge the distance. Actually add a panel. Panel will be merged by distance. We can just drop these in here. And that way, if we don't want to merge, we can just turn it off. Full control. Okay, we can just try this out right away. We can see that that edge is already there. So we just need to enable the rig. And export to uniform. Isn't that cool? Resimulated the whole cloth, updated it, still works just fine. Proud of that. Proud of that. Ooh, maybe I'll do this one too. An outer edge. Close that up as well. I think I will. I want to see it in action. Two things. A shrink wrap, then an extrusion. So back here one more time. Clothing low poly. We'll go straight to the shirt. Sorry, the shorts. Boom. And we'll add onto the object. Oh, interesting. Do not require that bevel. Something about that bevel's messed up. Should have been before the subdivision. There we go. Yeah, much better. Shrink wrap. So add modifier to form shrink wrap. We'll put this before our extrude. We're going to slap it down to the body low. And we'll say above surface 001. And the vertex group should be top. So that'll be just the top that's getting cinched in. Let's do that before the group edit. We can be a little bit closer together. Cool. Then we do a selection there with our extrude. Do we have a selection for the bottom here? It does not seem to be the case. Do I want to add one? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, one more. Update. Okay, we'll call this, I guess we'll just keep the naming convention the same. Trim, tail, hole. Sign. Save. Cool. Play for 10 frames or so. All right, stop the sim. Go to the node. All right, now that'd be in here. Shorts bake, bake, leave it there. Boom. Back down to shorts. Wait. Right, because this is the same object. Gosh, dang, clever. So slow though. I think I'm gonna have to start breaking apart my objects even more because it just starts chugging after a while. Probably put some objects in one file, other objects in another. I don't see any way to avoid that really. Okay, we're extruding again, but this time I want the trim tail hole. And we just need to make sure we're not extruding this outer edge. So we'll also do a vertex weight edit this time. Boom. Okay. Now all we need to do, re-enable the uniform. We've already updated the file, so we simply export. Boom. All right, save again, turn here. Okay. That does not look very good. Hmm. I did make these extrude mods, but I wonder if a solidify with a proper selection will also accomplish the same thing. So if we turn off these two, add a solidify, set the solidify to only here, and then say only rim. Ooh, very nice. It does still stretch, so I don't think there's any difference in the final result. um, re-enable it. Just make him a little bit thinner. Doesn't need a lot of thickness. It just needs enough to catch the eye, catch some light. Damn, betrayed by my own shrink wrap. Worth it. That looks much cleaner. Considerably cleaner. Okay. Worth it. So for the shrink wrap, do 0.003. Should be able to see a clip right here in editor. Or this one would have been better to click. Yeah. Okay. Looks like we've cleaned up one source of issues. What the fuck? What the hell's that? What the hell's that? Something weird's happening. Interesting. That looks like a fun mystery. Okay, that looks really good though. Cool. And for the shirt, meh. What we need to do is pull it down, pull it in. We could put an object right in the center and use it as like a shrink wrap goal, and then just grab the inner edges, pull them in, and that should be a quick and effective way to close up our gaps here. And then we'll probably want to move this cut a little bit higher. Oh no, because it needs to line up with the shorts. Keep it as is. Yeah. All right, back to, let's look at the shirt now. And we'll turn on the body. On this shirt, what vertex groups do we have? We have sim bottom. That might be perfect for our shrink wrap. So, or no, yeah, shrink wrap. So deform, shrinky wrappy. We'll make a sphere here. Just put it right in the center. Something like that. That's what we want to connect to. Sphere with sim bottom. And then let's also include, we look directly at that group. It's pretty strong. So we'll do our other little secret. The vertex weight edit for the shrink wrap. Then bottom, you guessed it, group remove 0.99. Cool, something like that. And then do you have custom curve? We can kind of bring down that impact as well, I think. Or is it like this? That just gets rid of it. Not opposed. Let's see what it looks like. Game. I guess I might have just done the body. Why not? Someday soon, we'll be done with working. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Exceptional. We're getting a little bit of clipping on the bake. But that has certainly improved here. Honestly, though, I might as well shrink wrap it to exactly where the gap is. Like, why not? I have that power, and all that would be required is a geometry input of the body low poly, deleting with the bisect, and then shrink wrapping to that resulting object. Secondary meshes, I don't want to combine it there. I guess source objects doesn't quite do it justice. I mean, we really need a components folder. I guess that's what my UV proxies folder has come to. So we'll call it components. And in here we'll do a masked. You know what? Actually, I take that back. Don't we already have one? Because in source objects we have merged sources with open right. Where is the eyelid one? I know I made an eyelid only version of the body low poly. Or is it the eyebrow? Eyebrow only? Something like that. It's like a brain or something. All right, one more collection. Shoot me. Components. UV proxies will exist in here as well. We will also create one more collection for our masked samples. So we do that pretty frequently. This mask sample is going to be the body low. And we'll add a mask. Mask is going to be the vertex group. Can we sample it like a vertex group? Cool. All right, wouldn't have worked anyway. But why do I care about that, actually? I'll just say delete attribute. Delete geometry. That's the point one. Do we have another bool? Because honestly, we should. There we go. Yay. Okay, and that's exactly what we were hoping for, is this section here. Because now the shirt, so say masked sample, body LP waist. And if we go to the shirt here, that's what we'd like to actually shrink wrap to. And we'll just make this the full range. Like that. Sorry, just smacked the microphone. Apologies. Loading. All right, 12:35. We're gonna wrap up work on Nug in just a little bit because I do need to put some time into another character. It would be unfair for me to just do work here. All right, so just a little bit of a gap. So if we wanted to really get that working, what we could do is on the shrink wrap, we'll do below the surface. We'll say above surface for now, and then just push it in. -0.1, -0.001. That should be sizable. And then maybe I should data transfer after doing the shrink wrap. And that way it'll be sampling right next to the objects it needs to use. So when it moves, there's as little distance between them as possible. So we're actually going to do the exact same thing here. Cool. All right, save that right up. Okay. Take another little look-see. Whoa, what the fuck? I see. All right, one more time. Something still really weird with the vertex groups on the body currently. But damn, couldn't be better. Actually could not be better. Now that's what you call professional. Someone take my microphone away from me. All right, let's test one more export of the body. I just want to see what's going on with these rigs here. Actually, let's make a backup copy because we just did a lot of work. So we'll call this clothing UV discards. Save. And then okay, so let's take a look here. And there. Okay, so why that? Why would that start happening? It must be the merging from our Boolean bisect. So let's go back to GeoNode and a Boolean bisect here. So when we merge, we could say proximity geometry, and then we'll do object info relative. So we get that. We get this distance, and we want to say equals 0. Those are the objects that should merge. Then oh, but then okay, so what could be happening is that the Boolean's slightly off, and we're actually ending up with 2 or overlapping objects. If the count is above 1,000 to 100,000, then we would know that it is. No, okay, so it's not doubling. So that means the Boolean is working properly. Let's go back to here really quick. And all right, so on the boy here, maybe it's the, this does say replace original, so if I duplicate it and apply it, why the stickiness? Oh, I see. It's that the body is literally getting sliced. Doesn't explain the mouth doing weird stuff though. But that should fix the feet. Excuse me. That looks good. Muy bueno. How about the head? Still fucked. Okay. Why that? Because those are most likely not the body at all. And it's our secondary meshes here. Nope. So those do look sensational, and we actually should add them to object. Can we do a collection for that? Sometimes the collections are not very good. Okay. shit, please load. So slow. Let me try, instead of merging the collection, we'll just merge one of the objects. Oh, you know what? I am doing this at the wrong spot. This should be on the big merged object that I created. And so we'll call this chin spike. That's not what I copied. Boom. And boom. Okay. Beautiful. So those are what we're going to be looking for on our body merged as we add additional objects to be joined. Start at the very bottom. Chin spike. Boom. Duplicate. And you guessed it, final one, duplicate. Hello, Byte. Welcome. How's it going? All right, so those are not absorbing the groups at all, but the pipeline is now set up so that when we do update them to we're doing the normals and the UVs. On the UVs, we'll just include this, boom, copy to selected, copy to selected, copy to selected, then just generate the data layers on each of these. Last one, beautiful, save. So now we can go here, duplicate and apply. And good, how's the modeling going? It's been a while and a few accounts since I stopped by, but it's going well. I wouldn't know for sure which account you last came by on. What was your previous handle? Okay, now I just got rid of this goo in there. And it is something getting shrink wrapped to the body. It's definitely not the... Well, let's see. Let's go here, body low poly. Yeah, this is the avatar we're working on right now. Got him mostly done. Like at 95%. So getting there. Boom. Interesting. What could be doing that? Damn. It's the Boolean bisect. That is sad. We're enjoying it when it was working properly and we could slice stuff. Let's double check the paths because we have two direction. We have the inside, outside. And then we slice those together and delete the middle. And then we merge them. I think it's the merging that is really making the difference. So let's switch and we will do a, and we'll do this. Boom, boom, boom. Input, merge by distance. Okay. Back to character here. Not gonna lie, I don't know anymore. I think it was DWS Darkworks. Okay, well, welcome back. Either way, appreciate you coming by and chilling. Okay, so not the merge by distance. Okay, it has to be the Boolean. Using the clothing UVD bool, which I have in here, which is completely zeroed out. So that looks good. We're doing this right after the subdivision. I couldn't do it before the subdivision. Okay, let's do one more thing. Let's get rid of this removed name attribute. See if that fixes it. Damn. Could just be the quality of the Boolean operation. So there's two ways we can think of that. First is how many subdivisions there are on this object. So if we do subdivision surface, then we switch it to simple, and let's up it, I don't know, 3 times. 3 subdivisions. That should be pretty dense at that point. Do we still have the stretch? Yes. Go back to node here. We have merged by distance there. Most importantly is the mesh Boolean. Doing float. Let's try exact. Oh, okay. All right. We did do exact. Now we're getting artifacts here. But honestly, that probably just means I can get rid of these. So let's isolate. Deb. Okay, so we're still getting this crunchiness. So fixed one thing and created a new issue. Um, However, honestly, this is just a cleanup issue. If we just identified these loose elements and deleted them, we wouldn't really have any sort of issue. Okay. Let's remember you were starting to toy with Resonite, making some D&D-esque assets for it. I did do that for a while. I think I'm a little bit ahead of the trend, though. I have a feeling D&D and VR is going to be a great combo, but VR is small, relatively. D&D is small relatively, and unfortunately, they make a smaller overlap. So I was kind of struggling there for a while, trying to get like people interested. I went to a convention, but I think it's just a little bit too soon. I'm going to go to GeoNode Master. I'm going to make a new collection called Delete Loose Faces. We'll call it this cleanup node. We'll probably add a few different things to this, but generally the idea is we're going to have a subdivision, and we'll have a few faces that are by themselves, and then we'll have one merged. So you have those single verts, then the faces. Like that. So we'll say base neighbors, base count. If this is less than 2, then delete the geometry. Yeah, we'll call this cleanup geometry for now. There's more to add there, but this would be a great start. Make an asset. Clean up geometry. Oops. Too soon until someone sees a voluptuous kobold bartender. Devin's been a market, but early. Haven't put my HMD on for a year. Yeah, it really is like a chicken and egg thing. I know that I'm going to get back into it, but I kind of feel like for me, I don't know if this kind of thing, I don't know if VR is really going to take off until mixed reality does. And mixed reality D&D will be a lot easier to pitch to people, so what is that though? That's still from the bisect though? Yes, it is. Fuck. So close yet so far. What is that coming from? That little fleck there. I wonder if the box is clipping here. No, there really should be a good distance. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I mean that's a significant distance there. Hmm. I'm surprised the cleanup's not getting this. 'Cause that looks like a single face to me. Mixed reality with a little more. A little more what? Okay. I'm hoping that fixed it. Honestly, that was a lot of work. We're going to go to body isolated because I need to make the shoulders a bit smaller. And it'll just be too slow doing it elsewhere. I think we'll select these, do Alt S. Oh, let me turn this off. Maybe just simply scale it. Creamer in thou coffee. I do muscle milk in my coffee. I'm a weirdo. Well, not really. It's just dairy free. Mine said the shoulder's too big. Muscle milk, yeah. It's not. It's just like a whey protein. It's not like an actual lactose milk. I want to buy some now. I don't even like coffee more than Thai tea. Thai tea will certainly send me to the restroom because they put a lot of milk in that and a lot of creamer. Explosive. That's because on the body low should have disabled the armature before clicking anything else. Boom. Okay. Boom. They need more drinks with stuff that everyone can have that is tasty. Yeah, like whiskey. Okay. I'm gonna do shape key baker in order to get all of our expressions in. Actually, let me look here. Unity. Yeah, we do have this little fleck floating around still. Is everything else looking pretty good though? Nice. That looks really good. I like that it goes through the scale. Feels kind of I don't know, realistic. Need to get rid of that little half chunk. That should be pretty easy to do. And then shirt. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. All right, so what's next? I was going to work on the other avatar, but I think I just got to stick with this. Let's go back to our GeoNode master. So right here, we did the face count. So for each face, if it has less than 2 faces, face neighbors, delete it. Which I guess would actually delete this one too. So let's do less than 1. So we'll switch this, do a little processing. We'll say delete single faces. Okay. We got that. Then we'd like to delete faces. Delete n-gons. So this is an n-gon deleter. Which there's no way that that's 2 faces. Oh, mesh island face count. So that would probably be the next thing. If the mesh island face count, tricky. What was I gonna do? Got a good handle on the nodes, I see. I'm enjoying them. I'm enjoying them. Yeah, it goes way deeper than what I've showed. So like all these attach nodes here, those allow me to dynamically attach fingers to things and toes while using like the same source object. It's really cool. This bisect that I'm doing here, the slice, this is dynamic, so I can adjust that on the fly. Just a lot of really, really fun things. I love the geometry nodes. I feel like more people. It took me a while to realize that a lot of times what's holding me back in Blender is just a lack of certain tools. It's not any more than that. It's just like, oh, like, Shay, you want to do that thing? Well, sorry, you actually can't because there's nothing that would let you do that. What the? No. But it does get quite slow. Okay, I'm hoping making it smaller will prevent whatever the hell's going on over there, right here. That was one attempt. Is there anything else that I was gonna do? No. Okay, let's just turn on the armature one more time. Damn it. What's keeping it there? So slow. Let's go back to GeoNode Master really quick. Can I adjust any of these other Boolean bisects features? Because we do have difference exact, float, and manifold. What are those? What are the differences here? Okay. Use mathematically simpler, use mathematically complex, offers the best results when there are coplanar faces, or the solver is much slower. Uses a solver that is usually fastest, but only works on manifold meshes, plus a special case of difference with a plane. Might as well just give it a shot. Let's do manifold and save. I don't know. Just enable these. Why is this still here? I don't understand. What is that? Okay. Let's go back to GeoNode Master. We'll go to our cleanup node. And we'll say mesh island. We want a stat. So we do like a repeat. Total number of mesh islands. So that's how many times we're going to go through this. And we do a bit of that. Statistic. Or I just sample. I guess I do have to feed it through here. Oops. Okay. So we filter through this for each of these islands. We say, hey, equal, bam. So this is the island we're dealing with. Which this would change the result. So I think we'd want to store a named attribute. Mesh island delete. Okay. So what do we want? So we're looking at this mesh island. This is the selection we want. And we want to get a face count. Face neighbors. If the face count maximum is less than, let's start with 0. We'll do input. Okay. So if it's less than 3, that one should be deleting face count, face neighbors. Domain size. There we go. So the face count less than that. So it's less than. That should be working. Oh, of course. Right now we're just storing an attribute, but if we delete the geometry, we just want to say if the named attribute, we'll make it a Boolean. So we look at the island. 66. So that's looking at the first face, and we have 3 by 5, 8 by 8, 64. This should be how many times we're going through. We're going through 2 times, so it should be 0, 1 for the island index. And yet this one is giving me 66, which means that it is including this second island. and that's because we're sampling the domain size. But the domain size would be a shared value. I guess it doesn't matter what attribute we're looking at. We just had store name attribute int base 1. We said base count. And I just named attribute base count. Max sum. That's what we want. There we go. 10. Integer per face. Face. Okay, there we go. We did it. So now we can delete faces below this threshold. Switch. And we'll actually do this. So input, we delete mesh islands less than base count. Base count, and let's just make this an integer. Integer. Save. All right. So now we go here, clean up geometry. We already have clean up geometry. We just simply want to enable this and set it to 3. There's no way that this has more than 3. Okay. Less than 8 faces for a mesh island. Anything else getting deleted? No, that should be good. All right, we did it. We actually fully cleaned up that crunchy, no good UV discard setup. Fix the weight painting, fix the degenerate geometry. Good, good, good. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, 1:30 right now. There's no way I finish Nug tonight. Things are better, but I still have to make my list again. So remaking my list. Actually, export the boy. Of course. Turn off the armature on this one. And boom, duplicate and apply. Cool. Right. Okay. Awesome. Very pleased with our results now. Okay. We're gonna have to redo the sim on the neck because we have adjusted enough where it is now penetrating here. It should not. Probably also adjust the scales on the neck there. Looking good though. All right. We're going to switch it up a little bit and switch to a different avatar. So I need to start getting work done on this character as well. This is Malson, the cat. The low-res image. Sent a higher res one. No, that's the highest resolution. Okay. We can actually turn on the shrink wraps again because they are just incredibly useful. This allows us to really rapidly snap the mesh to the eye and get a nice position. I think we're gonna need more resolution on the top of the head. Maybe another cut right here. Oh. Crunchy. I wish we could crop this. That'd be so cool. Nice little crop, but no. I guess I could try to do object, convert to mesh plane. Sure. Shadeless. Hate that. I hate this option. It's the worst. Why is it so easy to click? We'll do something like that, and then we'll open up the shading on it. Oh, perfect. We got a transparent BSDF. We can just slice open that factor and blend between it. First thing to do is actually probably to scale up the eyeball. Cool. Big ol' eyes. Looking at me with them big ol' eyes. Okay, so the eye sockets are too big. flatten it out that way. Um, outer. Inner. All right, there we go. So things are not moving. They should be. Ugh, I hate the symmetry tool. So bad. Getting sucked right back in the head. Excuse me. That hurt. Oh, scary. Scary looking. Kind of terrifying right now. But that's okay. We still got another, like, better part of like a week to really line up the look of this character. Just because that's how long it's going to take. Sneeze. I'll be back. Let's duplicate, apply, apply, and then just turn these off. That way we can, actually, sorry. Those look way better after being applied. All right, so that was probably the issue. Let's we'll do this bottom corner. First we'll crease it this way, and next we'll crease it this way. Okay, something like this. Okay. Space this. And space. All right. Cool. It was a little bit closer to this one, a little different to that one. Also, the nose, quite a bit lower. Right about there almost. Something to that effect. These are all really bunched up in here too. Don't really see what I'm grabbing. Hopefully it's enough. I'm going to dissolve that for right now. And just bring it back. And that way it's very evenly spaced. My catchphrase. Here, I would like a bevel. That's going to let me push some geometry towards the muzzle without sacrificing much else. Scary. God, I have unclicked that 18 times. Hurry. Am I stretching the face too much? Whatever. We have weeks to refine that. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this color. Just actually get the hex value, and we'll get rid of it here. Go to vertex paint, paste the color, which didn't work. Set vertex colors, and then we'll flip this, sample this color. Select the bottom, paint mask, set vertex colors. Oh wait, what am I doing? The whole toe needs to go. So, set vertex colors. Oh. All right, then for the fingers, almost the same thing. The fingers actually are two-toned. The palm, downwards palm is standard color, and the upward palm is different color. We'll go here, go to this, go here, vertex paint, set vertex colors. Boom. Paint mask. Set vertex colors. Beautiful. That'll make things so much easier. Go to vertex paint here. We'll do right. Actually, the thumb is separate, funnily enough. Sorry. It goes just up to the knuckles. So never mind. I was totally fine with how it was. Still need to bring in that neck. Right about there. It's kind of, the reference is slightly at an angle, so we won't get a perfect alignment. There's so much resolution here. Love the pattern. That's going to be super fun to make. Fingers are a little too long currently. So what are we going to do about that? Oh, wait, it's easy. Good. Cool. Let's get some muscle on that chest. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. It's kind of a soft muscle, so we'll just extrude and shrink. Shade smooth. Vertex paint. You know what? I don't like doing that because that means I have to redo the UVs, and I'm lazy. So what we'll do instead is actually cut. Just do this. We made a mistake. We need one more loop. Here, here, here. Boom, 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 and boom. Yay. So now that gives us a nice smooth tech that we can move around. We're also going to want to pull the shoulder open, or clavicle here. We won't do that today, though. We may not need to. wrist that we're counting. So boom, boom. Okay, close. Looks pretty good. Ankles could be a little bit bigger. What the fuck was that? Okay, good. Just gonna line it up exactly with the drawing. I don't have to pretend I'm doing anything else. Just lining it up with the drawing. Chest looks, or the pecs especially, look a little odd. Again. Face these. Let's change the mirror. Give it 2 more zeros. Guess it's annoying, it keeps connecting in the middle. Whoa, 2:30 already. Where the fuck did that time go? Gosh dang. Okay, we got the groin in the right spot. I think we could move the butt up a bit more. And probably make it a bit bigger. Something like that. More volume. Kind of a tough balance there, but it's working. All right. All right, that's looking good. Definitely feeling like the body is gonna some good form. Be nice to have this little hip shape. Might be able to add a bevel, loop it through in order to kind of reinforce some of the anatomy. We could do that for the ribs and the pelvis. Don't need it much else. Or anywhere else right now. Mouth is messed up, but the face is still just taking shape currently. Give it a slightly more neutral look. Let's crease it, extrude it. So. Duplicate. We're going to do Alt. No, Alt S. SZ. Move it this way. Like 6. It's X. Kind of shrink it in a little. Okay. Then darn, that's actually not all of the mouth. But this is 10 edges. In here, it is only 7 edges, which means we need to cut the middle over here, and one right there, and here. Now, we have way too many, so dissolve these ones. 8. So close yet so far. All right. 10, 11 vertices. I think I was right then. Like this. 11 vertices. Yeah, okay. I must have had something else selected. Cool. So there's our crease. I could put a cut here in order to get rid of the crease. That'll give us a nice smooth lip that we can refine later. All right. We will also mark a seam on that, so I can select this by itself, invert, and hide. I will have to leave soon. I keep forgetting how late it is. Cool. Um, bridge that. What we're missing is another that way. Keep getting all this gunk on my fucking mouse. Bridge. So that means there's 3 loops here. 1, 2, 3. And one here. So This one merges together. This one merges together. And 1, 2, 3. Bridge, merge. All right. Then we can put some seams here. Go to UV editing. Alt P, unwrap. Outside here should not be the same inside here. So this is actually the loop. UD. All right, so there is our lip line at the start. Move it over here. Let's make a nose. We'll add a shrink wrap with a project here. Shade smooth. We'll do a solidify. We'll add some colors. A little too much resolution. Let's hit it with the good old sculpt mode. Relax slide. And that should help with our spacing. Going to put my cursor right here. We're going to then select about this much. 0.6 Shift Alt S. That should give us a nice, easy way to round out the head. Maybe move the cursor a little bit. Something like, yeah. Boom. Sphere it. Scale it down. Scale it in. Scale it in. All right. That should give us a much smoother noggin. Because it was getting a little mushy. Hmm. I do think that the mouth is a little too far up. Boom. Cable is so squeaky. Okay. Don't quite like what's going on right there. There's a weird diamond here. I'm gonna have to redo some of that. Not just yet, but soon. Probably also need some more resolution. The lips are fine, but it's the kind of the chin, how it connects that looks goofy. All right, we'll come back to that, but it's a good start. We have this little eyebrow, just a little black tuft. I'll probably bake. Oh, wait, okay. So we have this larger tuft and then this black spot over here. Okay, here we go. That's what we want. Big tuft, smaller strand. Subdivide. We will shrink wrap. They project on the Y towards the face. Solidify. Something right about there. Shade smooth. So annoying. If you make a color attribute simply by going into vertex paint mode, it is not the same name as the standard color attribute. Stupid. That's dumb. Go off into this really thin strand. Oh, we'll do one more part of that. We'll actually start from here, so I don't have to redo the colors. Basically a diamond. That's the shape we're seeing. Excuse me. And the lips look way too human right now. There's no kind of muzzle, like especially the upper lip. We're going to need that. We're going to need that middle lip part. Grab the other, oops, terrible. Grab this. I'm going to, it's a little goofy, but we will do a cut here. One more time, and I really do have to go after this. Boom, 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 boom. Terrible. Okay, take this, move it up. I don't know why it keeps opening up this thing. I don't know what that is. Don't open it. I'm not clicking it. I'm literally not clicking anything to make that appear. The nose definitely needs more resolution. There was this anime, get it, some sort of, they're like mafioso something, but they had like fire in their eyes. The goofy one. Okay, screenshots. Got to get moving. Bam. All right, everyone. Thank you all for hanging out. I got to get moving. I got some stuff to do. And then tomorrow will be Friday. We get back. We're going to try to finish Nug. I think we're super close to finished. Probably another day of work on Nug and then some quality control over the weekend or something. And next week, I think we'll finish this guy pretty quick because we already have a lot of work done. It'll mostly be the clothing. That's going to be the majority of the work. Anyway, I got to get going. Hope you all have an amazing day. Thank you for hanging out. I'll see you all tomorrow for Friday. Have a great day. In the meantime, if I don't see you Friday, enjoy your weekend. Bye, everyone.